Good morning. I just figured something out, on my live stream. I don't have to have that pesky little box down here. Anyway, so I wanted to still go ahead and live stream, even though I will not, should not be taking any trades this last week in December. I did go ahead and jump into two trades on, what day is this? On Friday. Um, and it was totally FOMO, not in my trading journal. So it just comes down to like, not in my trading strategy. And then the second one was just kind of like confirmation that no, I have these indicators on here for a reason. And I pretty much still decided to get into a position when it was conflicting, something that I obviously have on my chart and serves a purpose. So, but that being said, um, I think part of the reason, not only am I live streaming because I want to be consistent, and I'm awake anyways. I already put in my 8,886 steps, but I'm curious, like, why do traders, say like they don't trade that last week in December? This is kind of almost, I'm not gonna lie, at this point, it is still a little bit of an adrenaline rush for me. So, I'm just curious to see, and temptation is gonna be there to jump in a trade, but I think if I can just still live stream, just observe what's happening in the markets, take notes, and just be okay with like really I am, Friday looks like a good day, Friday January 2nd, I believe. But just to be on the safe side, I think I'll get back in the game with everyone else on Monday January 5th, right? So I know that at these higher levels it always looks like there's a lot going on. We are here, so we're still kind of ways out from this week rejection point here. Okay. And notice I am going to the 3 month weekday. Don't normally go that far out during the year. So for the day, we did open up a low here. I did kind of mark some levels last night. So again, it can look like a lot, but once we zoom into the lower time frames, you start to see it's not that noisy. So, and I have found that if I leave some of that, like higher levels, like for example, this being a call zone right here, we could look for calls when we get back up to that level. Um, so this is the 1 day. This is the top of the 1 day bullish order block. And I think I'm going to go ahead and leave this here because when we do retrace, we're going to surge for quite a bit. 51, we're going to surge quite a bit when we finally build a level to the upside here. IWM does like to go to 50% of everything and anything. So FBGs, order block. So this is the order block right here. And I already marked the 50% level. I'm going to move it so you can see it, but that's 50% of that 1 day order block. So that I'm leaving this because we are right now, buyers did step in, but we were coming just a little bit closer to that 50%. Plus, there's a 4 hour bounce level here that we can kind of anticipate. So, um, yeah, I think the two major levels we're looking at right now is like this 50% bounce. This was previously low. We can always revisit what this 15-minute bounce area looks like. Okay, we're going to start drilling down. 24-hour. This allows you to get a different pair of eyes on what's happening with the trend. Looks like we are bearish. 12-hour also lets you kind of like get an idea of what's happening with the trend. Again, we're looking bearish. A little bit of buyers stepping in here. Opening below the fast EMA and VWAP. 4 hour. Let's see. So yeah, like I already marked off this level here. This is a bounce level. Kind of, I know on the higher time frames I tend to respect this more, but I got clapped on Friday. That's not happening again. I'm so committed and determined. I'm like, you got me one time, not gonna happen again. Not gonna happen again. You're not gonna catch me slipping, okay? Not gonna happen. But here again, just kind of looking bearish. And I'm very careful. Like I've learned that just sometimes I do have bias, but I want to stick to very much technicals. Let the technicals play out. Um, but yeah, on this higher time frame, we are below the fast. We're below the. Ooh, why am I hungry? Below the VWAP, and there's a bounce level right here. Now that being said, just because this is a bounce level, the first tap into this area, we might get a nice clean, could be 30, 50, 1-to-1 return, but we're gonna again try to go down to at least 50% of this level, which right here you see an order block to the upside, and 50% of that level is right here. So I don't know how quickly we'll get there, but this is going to be, an area, a point of interest, if you will. 3 hour just kind of lets you, I don't very often click on the 3 hour, but it just lets you see again, we are bearish. 1 hour is where we start to get into like, this is Bay. I've learned to fall in love more with the 1 hour time frame and what it means for what's happening pre-market. So here we are in a rotation zone. I'm gonna go ahead and mark it. Like I said, it might seem like there's a lot going on, but the thing about this is that it just is what it is, right? It just is what it is. But this is part of rotation zone, and this is where you can get like chopped and screwed. I call it the liquidator zone or the torculator zone. Liquidator torculator zone. Um, ooh, did we just see something happen there? Okay, so where is price right now? Because if price is so here we would be exiting. I hope you see what I did there. Exiting 1 hour rotation zone. So we'd be looking for fair value gaps or order blocks to the upside. Oh yeah, I did see it. Your girl did see it. Your girl did see it. I did see it. So this is just starting to pop up. It's starting to flicker right now. What time is it right now? It's 6:17. Ooh, y'all. When I see this on a smaller time frame, this tells me we're going down. Might have a little bit of a retrace, to here, but I knew I saw it, y'all. I love it. On a higher time frame, so I would say if this is coming up at 6, you want to, it might not necessarily play out until like, so, because it does take time for it to play out. So 6, so 7 would be like a retrace, like a pullback, and then 7, no, 7 would be the pullback, and then 8 is where you start to see, an attempt to go back further to the downside. That's what happens on the smaller time frame. Let me see. 1 hour exiting rotation zone. And there was a time where I would only have 1 or 2 for this, just have the bottom one for the sake of not having too many lines on here. But you kind of want to have a visual idea when you're on a smaller time frame of like what 50% of that equilibrium looks like, even though it's not marked on here. And so I've found that having this and this on the smaller time frame is helpful. IWM does like to go from level to level. So if this does stay, visible after the 1 hour candle closes, then, like I said, we will probably experience a little bit of a pullback, but it's going to try to go from level to level. So usually that means it's going to try to go from here to here, right? And then from there, it's going to decide if it wants to bounce and go back up, or if it, back to here and then further downside. But yeah, so I'm going to keep the 4 hour top of bounce right here because it aligns with the 1 hour as well, very beautifully and seamlessly. 15 minute here is where I try to, and you know what, y'all? We don't have no liquidity stuff happening. Like today might be a good day to do a trade. You know. Um, Let me see. 15 minute. What I'm looking for is, yeah. So again, it can look noisy, but this is like my bay right here. So I always like to keep that one. Ooh, what was I moving? I like to keep the discount level on Mondays. IWM does like to go to the discount levels. Um, there was something else I wanted to look for. I think I'm gonna try to look for another bounce area down here. This is a previous existing. I'm gonna leave this alone because I might want to revisit that. This is telling us that this is a potential bounce area here too. Okay. Mm, okay. Pre-market, pre and post market, we have bearish indicator happening or below this VWAP, below the fast EMA. We're, now this I would be careful with this. We have 9 more minutes, but I'd want to see what it does with this. Let's see here. If it breaks through here, we're looking for like a bounce. You could take profit here, take profit here. Um, this is obviously is that's previous day support levels. All right, I'm gonna start drilling down a little bit more. I'm gonna look for the 5 minute, and the 15 minute. These I like to put if it's a 5 and 15 because when these line up like this beautifully, like it's just a little bit of a stronger bounce from you with IWM. But I'm also gonna look for another level. I don't see anything else here below. So we had one attempt to the upside. Looks like it's trying to attempt to the upside here. I would just practice caution. Pre-market, we have this internal breakout that came up. Usually, I think so far I like to wait until it actually happens during market hours, but I'm trying to pay more attention to like, okay, even on the 15 minute, if that's what's formed. But on the 15 minute, yeah, you see that we're kind of in a bullish area. Let's see, 5. Let me make sure you guys can hear me because, yeah, I was like a little bit paranoid, like, not paranoid, but like one of those days I don't think my voice was on, or maybe I did it right and I was on. I didn't realize you could be on stage without having to have the little box there. So, all right. Um, Let me see. So 5 minute, kind of a little bit of bearish activity happening here, but it does go from level to level. So if it doesn't bounce here, if it falls through here, we still have like a support level here, here. This kind of lines up with this. And with 7 minutes on the clock, on the 3 minutes, we also did not have any gaps, which I love a gap on Monday. Um, Oh, I wanted to show you this real quick too. So this is like one of my favorite sites to go to in terms of the calendar and stuff. But futures were down pre-market. I mean, this 35 minutes ago. Let's refresh it. Because only, as much as I like this website, I feel like sometimes, yeah, so it doesn't necessarily like refresh in live. So this was, when I had looked at it, it was like maybe 20 minutes ago. But yeah, so futures were down. Um, these are, and then the other thing we want to look at is calendar. And we just want United States and want say that. And then from there, I just leave all of the stars at one. But we have home sales at 7, so we can probably put that on the chart. We have oil at 7:30, but usually by that point, I don't know that IWM is really affected by gasoline and oil. We have Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index. So home sales at 7. Tuesday we have more home price stuff at 6:45 PMI. I thought these numbers were supposed to be closer to 50, right? Ooh, oh, Tuesday we have FOMC at 11. Now, my experience with FOMC at 11, wait, that's today. No, 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 no. That's tomorrow. I see what happened. This little thing flipped right here. God, me all the way messed up. So tomorrow we have FOMC at 11 Pacific Standard Time. Wednesday, I usually, you know, Wednesdays are consolidation for me or for IWM. And my strategy doesn't do too good with, consolidation days. But I think it's just one of those days where you want to be patient. We have jobless claims dropping at 5:30. Um, and then Friday, so Thursday will be off day. And I think Wednesday might be a half day, might go until 10. Uh, oh, another reason not to trade on Wednesday. Yeah, because it might, I think market will close at 10. So I will still live stream because I'm with it. So like I will still live stream it. Like I'll be in bed and stuff. But I still like to get up early and because I don't want to have to fight getting up. I don't want to have to fight like getting back into new workout and wake up routine. So like even this morning I got up at 4. I was up like 2:30 and I was like, oh, let me just doom scroll. And then I was like, when 3:30 hit, I was like, yeah, you're getting up at 4 because there's no point in going back to sleep. So, y'all, I don't know. This is part of the reason. The setup for today looks clean. Like I was when I looked at it last night, even I was like, oh yeah, it looks like we're in liquidity zones on the higher time frame, so I'm comfortable with just not. But it looks like it worked through it, right? So the one day, it looked like it worked through a lot of the liquidity that was happening. So but just to practice discipline for myself, I really don't want to get into a trade today, just on the mere principle of like be disciplined. The last week is tough, and it's, I think, a little bit past beyond limiting beliefs. Um, and part of it too, like I do want to see what it means for my strategy on Friday. When I did trade, even though I wasn't supposed to on the day after Christmas, there weren't any A plus setups based on my strategy, and I did FOMO force both actually. But that's why post market analysis is important too, because I realized, like, wait, I didn't even see anything that so 50 more seconds. Let's just enjoy the day. And next year this time we're gonna be vacationing somewhere. I know I'm already planning vacation for next year. Just take that last week off, you know. But just curious. Oops, so we got the flickering of this internal breakout, which is one of my favorite. We're gonna wait for candle close. We also have beautiful two back-to-back um, order blocks here. But let's just wait for the candle to close. The internal breakout indicator is going off. But as you can see here, it, want to wait until the candle closes. This is a little bit of a bounce area. Okay. I also want to see if there's any pivot or support levels somewhere around here. On Friday, that thing was flickering, and then price shot up, filled that area, and then came back to the bottom. Bullish swing order block. So I have stuff I'm testing on here. Just want to get a better understanding of what's happening. Higher time frame, 15-minute. It's saying there's a bearish break of structure. So usually that means we're going, indicating that we want to go to the upside. If I'm understanding it correctly. So we see that happening here. And this, you guys, is why I say now we're hitting the 200 fast EMA, so there might be a little bit of rejection here. Plus, we go through this equilibrium level, this is a rotation level. But this is why your girl has the 5 and the 15. Because don't let it fool you. Like, this can be a strong enough reason for us to go to the upside. So there's that. Just giving me confidence moving forward to do that. The same way we would wait for a 5-minute candle close, let's wait for that 3-minute candle close. Let's see here what's happening. So we have 1 more minute. We have a bullish engulfing, but we can see that we're rejecting off of this. Actually, look at that. Nasty word. Right off at the top of the 1 hour top of bullish order block. So nasty. Ooh, it went through this 1 hour rotation zone here too. Just clean, smooth. Didn't even like chop and screw around in there. Okay, let's see. That being said, if we do open below here, we can expect more downside because it's rejecting this 1 hour rotation zone. We do have a fair value back to the upside. So here we go. This is, what time is it? 6:33. This is an internal breakout that I like to trade. I think part of the reason, like, I don't know if you guys remember when I took a trade last week and I wanted to see what the contract volume was at, because it went to my price twice and Robinhood did not fill it. But I think part of it, even though the contract was 50, I wanted to make sure how much volume was in there. I'm going to take a screenshot so I have the time and volume. Right now, contracts are $59. So if we wanted to, we can wait. And oh, you know what? So what we're waiting for right now, because I have the checklist on my phone. So we wait for the candle to close. And this is the reason we wait for the candle to close, because this is still forming. So we're gonna wait for, and we have double blue, which I like too, which to me is a strong confirmation. But we're gonna wait for candle to close before we jump in, and then we're gonna wait for a red candle, and that's gonna tell us how low we can get contract entry in, and then look for calls to the upside. So that's part of my, I just gotta learn to be patient. But I'm looking at volume right now on contracts. Right now, yep. I was gonna say, so if you're looking at Robinhood, contracts went to $65, which that's like a notorious take profit amount for IWM, people who trade IWM institutions. We saw a little bit of a pullback there, and now it's continuing to go to the upside. Okay, so candle closes in 1 minute. Just gonna try to be patient and wait. I'm allowing myself to feel FOMO-ish, but I'm okay with understanding that I'm not. It's okay to observe it. Now, the 200 is a major level, and it does go from level to level. So from here to here, I have a little bit of a pullback around here. Let's just see. Ooh, it's a very nice move up, though. See, so step one. I see a VWAP. So now we're gonna wait for price to pull back. Ooh, this is very nice. See how we have step two, order block and bullish fair value gap. So gonna wait for a pullback. And this is the part where it gets hard because this is where you definitely get FOMO. We are at the top of this 1 day bullish order block. Like I said earlier, I like to keep this level because we can have an explosion here, getting close to this pivot level. Which might be a rejection level. Just patiently gonna wait. Easy to feel like I'm missing out, but there's a reason. Like I paid blood, sweat, and tears for this. I'm gonna wait for a retest, and we don't take calls in anything red. Like, and I've done it. That's why I'm kind of laughing because um, it can feel like, oh my gosh, it's going up and stuff. But if this is red, let's just chill. Just wait for it to come back and retrace a little bit. Plus, we were still waiting for some type of a retrace where we can get in at $50 or like a little bit of a bounce here and here. We do have the 1 day top of the bullish order block in your favor to the upside there. Um, but in terms of this pivot level, it looks like it's treating that as a rejection area. We are still in the upper half of the 1 day bullish order block. Um, so okay, so this is what we're waiting for. It does like to go to 50% of the fair value gap, but I would say like I would be expecting buyers to step in here at equilibrium, 50% of equilibrium. VWAP, excuse me, I apologize. Not sure why I'm coughing so much. Could be that I'm just talking so much. Let's see. We're in the 1 hour rotation zone, so just be cautious here. Wow, my throat. Let me hear you guys. Whew. I don't feel good, but I'm here. Came out of nowhere. All right, so prices on the contracts right now are like 54. We're touching VWAP. So I'd expect buyers to step in here, here, or here. We're also 1 hour rotation zone, so let's just be patient, and we can wait for a candle to close with the wick to the upside. Confirmation to close. Contracts right now at $50. We're right off of the fast DNA. So a lot of you know, like, I like to get into contracts at $50 with this strategy, and then get out at 65, and then look for a 1-to-1. But let's just see how it plays out. Buyers definitely stepped in there. And then if we can close above this equilibrium level, should be looking for more upside because we bounced beautifully off of the fast, off of the VWAP. And if we can open above this, you know, see what happens in the next 10 seconds. Contracts right now at 57. There's a volume of 3,400 in there. So if we wanted to get in another contract, 3,000 is ideal. 6 punches for 62. I'm wait for a little bit more of a pullback because I know they like to take profit at 65. Might get one more test at 50. 62. 62 is another good one too, like 62, 65. See how much better contract is. We have 7,000 in the 252 contract. I think I would like to see price come above this rotation level and above this for me to kind of risk it for the biscuit. Yes, we did open above here, here, and here. VWAP is at 50% of this equilibrium level right here. We are in a rotation zone. Yeah. We could be attempting to rotate to the upside, but it's okay to wait for a little bit more confirmation. Because I like this wick. I don't like this wick. We're just gonna wait. Contracts are coming back down to $50. Let's see what buyers do. I love it. Buys off VWAP again. You can see how 50% of everything, so 50% of the VWAP, 50% of even of equilibrium. VWAP is at 50%, price came down to 50% of this. I like that. Alright, I'm honestly looking for calls. Let's see what it does in the next 10 seconds. I think that for me, it would have to open like above here or above here. 4 seconds, it's opening lower than I would like. $15 is telling me there's liquidity. Buy side liquidity. And I'm still, well, so what's interesting is one, sell side came up and buy side came up, liquidity. So on the 50 minutes, so I'm just gonna leave that alone. I might even want to just delete these in the long run because it's there kind of for a reason. But now another bounce area could be this is like 50% of this. So we're still on the high time frame, we're still bullish because this is bouncing off of this and it's kind of going through a retrace before we continue to go to the upside. But you do not want to be holding contracts. Contracts right now at $46. Interesting. Now we do have low, upper, equal, low. This could be a bounce area right there. We're just waiting. I'd want to see like another wick up, and then I would jump in. And I'm just cautious because we're in the 1 hour. So I really like how that is wicking up. Let's see what it does in the next 19 seconds. And your girl might just get into some calls. Calls right now are at $52. All right, I'm pulling up contracts. I'm going to take a screenshot too because there are 3,000. Oh, I'm not in it yet. I don't like how it opened below. I was expecting it for it to open at least here. Yeah, I don't like that. And again, when we talk about sniper entries and execution, this moment was brought to you by lots of like getting faked out, man. And your eye just has to learn how to spot it. I couldn't tell you how many times I've gotten faked out here. So even as I'm going through this, I'm learning to talk you through it, what I'm seeing. And so maybe next time I could just give you a more heads up, like, yeah, I'm looking for it to open up here for me to get in. But yeah, this I have gotten faked out many a times because I see this double bottom right here. And then you go back and think, like, what was I thinking? No, it's okay. Now, that being said, we did have liquidity stuff going on here. That kind of lets you know some fugazi stuff about to go down. It's just, I see part of the reason that I get aggravated is that 645, one is saying sell side and one is saying buy side. So, but nonetheless, liquidation did occur. That came up at 645. This happened at 648. So, you know, maybe we do keep it on there. We just understand that if we're not already in a position, or if we are in a position, and I kind of just get out. Now we did break through this 2% level here, so we have fighters stepping in there. And again, I'm gonna look for calls above here. Because if we open below this right here, this 1 hour at the rotation zone, just want to be careful there. Contracts right now are at $47. See what happens in the next 10 seconds. If it opens below here, definitely no pause. And that's where it looks like it's heading. No calls from me. Buyers are attempting to step in like here, here, here. I'm putting my mouse here because there's 50% of this fair value gap. And let's just see what happens, because I think once this kind of clears up, then it's like an idea that we can kind of like influence, so we can look at upside. Well, that's not too bad. Contracts right now like $38 for calls. I'm just gonna wait. Now we did want to wait for a pullback with this when this went off. We did want to wait for a pullback, but we also want to wait for a cleaner entry. So we also have 50% of this order block right here. Could I be missing, puts to the downside right now? It's possible, but my strategy doesn't tell me puts right now. And you know what, you guys, this is kind of like an example of why I think, I don't know, maybe it's just not a good day to trade like this week, because look at this. Ideally, this should have ran up, and it's just the nature of the beast with, I think what comes with the territory of trading. I don't want it to get too limiting belief-ish. Um, Normally when this pops up, I should have been able to get a clean entry, gotten a one-to-one return, but still watching this level right here. See what it does with that. Granted, it did come here, you know, and rejected out of this red zone and the pivot too. Let's not underestimate how strong that pivot level is. That being said, if it wants to go, so where's support one? Oh, support one is right here. So if it's going to go from level to level, we went from here to this, from this pivot level to this pivot level. Might get a little bit of a bounce here. Well, let's just play it off and see what it does. 15-minute liquidity thing. I'm allowing it to kind of let me know that that area when I'm looking at the 15-minute, I don't see anything that I need to see that lets me know liquidity, but um, I'm gonna just trust if this says liquidity, I don't want to get twerked around. So, mm-mm-mm. I like how buyers stepped in here. I feel like I'm getting calls like right here. And if I just get stopped out, then oh hell. We are in a 1 hour rotation zone. We have 2 minutes to left on that. Let me just look at the 1 hour and see what is happening over there. Ooh, no, like, yeah, I don't like how that looks. Look at that. I don't like that. Here, it looks like it's rejecting the 1 hour rotation zone. Like it wants more downside on that time frame. So, and I'm not gonna even hold you. Like I feel like if we get like an internal, it has to be clean. It has to be a clean, and I feel like I was gonna say like I feel like if we get like an internal breakout to the downside, take it because it would line up with this 1 hour rotation zone right here. But you're introducing a lot of chop, and we have to respect this, right? We have to respect that this is on here. When you look at like even the org strategy, um, some people would just count the body. But if you look at org strategy from candle open, maybe like the first two, so this would be 6 minutes. We're still in a range. You would have had a retest here to like 50% of that open range breakout. But we haven't even had a breakout out of the first 3 minutes, first 5 minute range. Oh, we're still in a range. Oh, yeah, I paid a lot for this um, to be able to get here just within time and trades and stuff. Very humbling. So I'm proud of myself for not jumping into anything right away. I tend to sometimes feel like I'm Nostradamus, but I'm not. And so sometimes I'd be like, oh, well, we have to be going in this direction. And I'd be like, no, we don't. And I've gotten faked out so many times. So just getting saved from like little things like not being like, oh, well, we have a bunch of wicks here and this wick here. So then therefore, no. And we're above, no. We're going to respect this. This is a call area. So even though you might be tempted to get into puts, like just based on my strategy, I'm not. Now we did open below this rotation level right here. Um, but these are if what I'm trying to say is if you break below this right here, which is an order block, if we don't get a bounce here, then maybe and the thing is too, again, if we're talking about opening range breakout, you don't want to get that first one out because it would be a breakout here and it still has to retest before it gives you confirmation to the downside. Now this is a support level. If the support pivot people, traders come in, they might try to take you from here to here. But right now this is saying we have requests to fill orders. This order block is saying we have orders to the upside, and this internal breakout is saying we have orders to the upside. It's breaking through that internal breakout and it's breaking through this order block. Let's see what it does with this. We are also below this support level. But I think of support levels as like trampoline. So you can. I would say if maybe we get a fair value gap under the support level, then maybe we could look for some puts. But right now, this is saying bouncing to the upside. This is saying bounce to the upside. And we kind of came into this internal breakout here for the upside too. So let's just wait and see what it does in the next 30 seconds. We're bouncing back off of this. Don't underestimate these smaller time frame things. Ooh. Am I bullish? Nope. Absolutely not. Oh my gosh. Selling us a 3-minute internal bull breakout, but I don't see the thing formed. But it's telling me based on my strategy, you want to go to the downside. Here's what we do. We wait for the upside. I gotta go pee. Bad timing. But this is telling me we're going down. Oh, and the bar did close, but I don't see it on here. Let's look at puts and see. Oh, it's top of the hour too. Let's look at the 1 hour and see what's going on there. He did open below the rotation level. Remember, top of the hour, I did say too that we had this 1 hour bearish internal. So we can wait for, oh, this might be it, y'all. I think this is what we were waiting for at 7. Let's see, 7, puts, 7. Oh, I'm tempted to get into puts. I'm gonna get in puts. I'm gonna get out a very small. So what did I get in at 50? 51? Why puts? Because on the 1 hour, we did have this connect at 6. We have a nice rejection from here. We are below this 1 hour rotation zone. And we have room to go down to here. And yep, now we got this thing clicking right here. Although you want to wait for candle close on that. I'm going to set myself for take profit at 65. And hopefully Robinhood fills my order when we get there. But let me see. Right now my contracts are at 55. I'm up 7%. 2 seconds left. And then candle closed with this right here. We have a fair value gap, beautiful, right below the support level. So I'm up 9%. Let's just wait and see what happens. I think the other thing I was going to pay attention to is like how much contracts. So like there's 168, 250. Oops. How much demand there? How much are asking for the prices? what the ask and the bids are. What time is this? I want to make sure I remember. It's 7 o'clock. Fascinating. 7:03. Right now my contracts are at 59. They're at 60, so that means I'm up 17%. Let's see if it gets me to 65. Right. This is what I would call an A plus setup because we have this, we have the order block, we have a fair value gap, and we're below VWAP and the fascinating. So my contract should fill right now. It touched 65 just now, which is up 25%. Hit 65 again. Let's see if it's going to fill it. 66, it just filled it. Okay. So, and that had like 200 people asking for that specific price. So now, sure enough, price hit 65, and we're having this is people take profit. So that's one thing I know with IWM. It's gonna hit 65, um, and then from here we're gonna decide if we're gonna continue from our downside. But we love IWM loves to take profit at the 65 level. I'm done for today, honey. When I tell you my bladder is gonna punish me, that no, I'm so proud of myself. Oh my gosh, we patiently waited for the setup. We recognized liquidity with the help of the indicators a little bit over here. Pre-market analysis came through for the win, baby. Remember, if you go back and listen to my pre-market analysis, I talked about how, and there's I probably did get out too soon. But like I said, so it takes a while for it to play out. But this came up at 6 o'clock. So I knew that 7 o'clock there could be a pullback. Ooh, beautiful, beautiful. Listen, Linda, it is running. I definitely got out too early, but listen, I got what I needed. Oh, is it gonna go for the 1-to-1? So right now contracts are at 70. So I'll let you know if I can when we hit 1-to-1. Usually when there's an internal breakout, there's enough institutions that trade that indicator that they're gonna try to go for their 101. Okay, 65 for sure, and they're 101. So right now price is hovering around 67, 67, 66. And then also, like I said, we have different players in too. So if you have people who played from pivot level to pivot level, they definitely would have probably jumped in around here in this. If not that first fair value gap, the second one. So those two sets of players combined may try to take you down to this support level right here. We need 30 more cents for a $1. Oh my gosh, you guys are trying to hold on so bad, but that's one thing about being a content creator. Like, I got all my steps in, but with that being said, I drank my water. And now, oh, trying to hold through it. So now this is okay. Like, if you felt like you missed out on a trade, you can probably get it on the retest because, we have this order block here, so we might look for more downside here off of this 50% here or off of rejection off of this. All right, you guys, I'm going to be right back. Don't play me, ho. Ooh, ooh. I'll run you, George. I think my mic was on. All right, so we back in the building, y'all. I'm not feeling too good. I don't know what that's about, but it's okay. We still here. We still here. We still in the building. All right, so we had, when this order block shows up, usually there's going to be a pullback. And so what I was saying before I went was I wouldn't be too surprised with this little pullback right here. Um, I like how that is forming. Right now, contracts are at 71, 72. And so at this point, we also, there might be a little bit more um, back and forth because we had this change of character form, but we might want to come back and test that. And we are also at, y'all, we're at that 50% of that 1 day bullish order block. So, at this point, like, we're going to learn how to scale together, but we, at this point, like, I wish Robinhood would let us, like, trade on the chart because at this point I would have moved my stop loss, I don't know, like to wherever I was close to $65 for take profit. So I guess like right here, you know. Um, and so then that way we just stay in it to win. Like right now, contracts are at $66. So, for the most part, IWM is forgiving. It will give you a chance to get your profit, but like that one time, I'm still salty. Like that one time, it came to 65 twice. I had put in a contract amount as soon as I placed my order, and it came and it just never filled my order. But hey, we're gonna move on, right? And so right now, contracts are at 72. For the most part, IWM, whenever this goes into effect, and we have this is an A plus setup, they're gonna try to go for their 1-to-1. Now let's just see how long it takes for them to get there. And sorry, I just want to just reiterate one more time, like the 1 hour. Um, this happened at 6. And so 6 o'clock, I knew 7 o'clock there might be a little bit of a pullback. And then 8 o'clock is when we might have a little bit more down. Ooh, now this is important. You see this right here on the 1 hour, and how we're starting, like how you can see it more visibly that we're starting to bounce off of this. Caution. If you haven't already gotten out of your puts, yes, we have more downside, but this is how many cents are we talking about? This is 64, and this is, so it's a 4 cent difference, y'all. It's starting to bounce. I would be cautious because you have both of these levels are strong. You have 50% of the 1 day bullish, or I would proceed with caution. Like I said, when these internal breakout players come into play, they're gonna try to push for their 1-to-1. Um, and so if you want to hold a little bit longer and you've already had your taken your profit and you are scaling, you're not gonna get out until price opens above this fast DMA right here. Ooh, child. Right now contracts are at $59. Ooh, child. A little bit of a higher high right here. Child. Ooh. Like I did say before. Well, no, this is it. I did anticipate we would have more downside to the 50% of the day, bullish, whatever. So right now contracts are at 52. And I'm just keeping an eye on it too because if we're getting in our contracts at $50, you're about to get out at break even, which also kind of lines up with the fast CMA if you want to wait for candle to close. But at this point, I just think that this is strong enough here and this is strong enough here. It's a 4 cent difference that personally, damn. Mm-mm. this is strong bullish. So I think was it last, yeah. So last week we had a small bounce off of here, off of the 1 day, top of the 1 day bullish order block. This is going to be another strong bullish order block, I think. Um, right here, we might play around a little bit here, and then at that point, we're going to try to decide if we're going to fill more orders to the downside for a strong, up to the upside. Now, this could take like maybe the rest of this week, but it feels good to get out. Um, I just know there's, oh, here we go. So this is what I was talking about. So right now contracts are at $44, $45. And there was a change of character that had formed. So now it's going to retest this if it wants to continue to the downside or if it's just going to go back up. So you can check and see what it does right below this level right here. Got 1 more minute. If you were still in it, candle did not close above this fast CMA. Contracts right now are back at like the break even-ish, so like $53, 55. I'm personally not jumping in. I feel good. We traded that last week in December. We waited for the setup, and just super proud of myself because recognized when we had, the liquidity alert did go off. And even though it was sending mixed signals, you could kind of see what was happening here. The VWAP and fast CMA and equilibrium, how we were like getting jerked around. So, but yeah, so if you're looking for another cleaner entry, same thing. When this order block opens up, I do expect this little pullback right here. And then this is a nice rejection off of the fast CMA. Ooh, a little bit of caution, ladies and gentlemen. And again, this is not here for nothing. Same way how this order block is here on this 3 minute. There's a 1 day bullish order block, and so we are at the 50% level of the 1 day bullish order block. So it likes to go to 50% like of that order block, and then like in this case it would go to 50% of here and then reject and go down. So same thing with bullish order block. Like if it's coming, down, it will bounce off of this and then come down to 50% and then decide if we're gonna push, fill those orders to the upside. And sometimes it can come here and still decide to come to the upside. But that's what's happening right now with the 50% of this order block. And I'm out. But for those of you that are still in, I think the price do a little sneaky thing right here. No, it did open below. So, I mean, you could still technically be holding. Your contract would be at $60. Your contracts did, price did open below this fast CMA. And I say that because see how it opened right here, came up, touched the fast CMA, and is now heading back down. Contracts are at $57, $58. Let's see what it does at 65. Right now, contracts are at $60. I will say this. I feel like, so I've seen this before too. Like it'll come down, but then on the next candle, it will open above this fast CMA. So unless this plans to move down quickly down here, if you're not already out and given this, you could wait for, fast CMA. Price to open above fast CMA, but it will just come right under here, and then next thing you know, you're flipped to the upside. I would have liked to see it run a little bit more because if it goes from level to level, it'll go from here. Yes, it did touch this discount level, but I would be hoping to see it come, I don't know, just lower. Now, that being said, we did have a 3-hour sell indicator go off. So that sometimes that can mean it takes a little bit of time for that to play out. So you can wait for like maybe a bearish order block, fair value gap to form. So that because if the 1 hour takes time to play out, 3 hours is going to take time to play out too. And then what would happen before is I would jump in puts and then be just holding for forever lasting long before it, and then I would just get pushed out of my position. But maybe it can take its time and come up here before it continues down for the rest of the day. So that's why I paid a blood, sweat, and tears for this. It serves the purpose. Yes, it is strong, but just have caution. Let it play out. The higher the time frame, the more you have to give it time to play out and wait for the lower time frame to give you the setup of influence over on the downside. Beautiful rejection off of this fast CMA. Right now, contracts are at 55. So if you're going to get out at 50 or open above fast CMA, you're still holding them contracts, baby. Still holding. The internal breakout people are trying to get their 101. They're so freaking close. Let me see, 69. These are strong levels, like 4 hours, girl, one day. This is strong. Bounce levels, like again, I think of them as trampoline. So, oh my gosh, you guys, I love being on vacation. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Because I didn't have to get up to go to work today. And when it's cold outside and you're inside and it's all warm, and then I have a candle. I got a candle for a gift, and I love candles. And it's like a peppermint and like vanilla smell. Oh, it's just perfect. Like the candle, it's not dark, but you can still see it. It's like a fireplace effect. Oh, I love it. So does this mean we're trading next year? That last week. I mean, so my setup worked. The setup worked. I think Friday the 26th, the day after Christmas, my setup did not, nothing for my strategy showed up. Or yeah, it wasn't an A plus setup, right? So I talked about how this is an A plus setup because you have the internal breakout. I would have liked to see it a little bit closer to the order block, but you have the order block, you had a fair value gap below the support level, and I was able to get my 50 to 65 or whatever move, which I know I'm like said something about the $65 price point that it just loves to take some profit around that level. Um, if you still have runners right now, your contracts are at $58. You might be looking at a slow grind down. Maybe you can hold with a little bit more confidence just because the 1 hour, you know, uh, things that go off. We are just 4 cents shy of where we left off, you know. But it does like to go from level to level. So technically, from here to here, and then you're just gonna have a bunch of chopping spilling around in here. That's the liquidity happening in here. So you can see what's happening on the 15 minute. 15 minutes can give you more confidence to hold for more downside because you have a rejection here, a strong leg here with still there. The critical level would be for it to break below here, and then from this level it would go down to here, here and here. Also, if you pivot, those pivot trading people, they opened below, this would be considered the retest before they try to push you down to here. Contracts right now are at $50, so you're still kind of break even-ish. Okay, sorry. Let's see what happens to candle close. I would have liked to see a little bit more downward momentum, but if you're sticking to your rules, you got 9 seconds. I'm gonna tell you right now, if this candle opens above this, you just get out. Just get out. We are very technical. Yup, that's how we just get out. And don't even like feel bad about it. You know, it might do some come back down a little bit, but nah. So you would have gotten out like worst case scenario right now, contracts are at $45. So if you had runners, you would have either gotten out at $50, which is I think is a great entry price. Let me see what did I get my contracts at? I got my contracts at 51, I think it was. Yeah, 51 to 55. So that's it. I'm done for today, children. And one of the things that I think people don't really articulate that comes with having a strategy, you know, one ticker, one strategy is that there's no way you can have multiple trades with this. Like, I mean, even if you try to do three, you probably would have done like tried for one to the upside, but just even based on like how we talked it through, you would see that yes, the internal breakout thing did happen, but let's say you just were like, oh, you know what, it's going in. I just rather like jump in and you jump in like right here, you know, um, that would have been your one trade. Then you would have waited, and this would have came up, and then this would have been your second trade, right? But that's because you're anything outside of that, like you're really just forcing the trades at this point. So we do have pullback right here. Oh, oh my goodness. I'm gonna. Oh, I need to take my protein. Man, as much as I'm a foodie, like sometimes I feel like I'm force feeding myself. Let me see, and I did do like a bunch of. So right now, contracts are at $56, and I just feel like you just have to be okay with. It's moments like this where you're like, oh, I could have held. Yup, but that's not a habit you want to continue to um, have, right? The rule is you get out when candle opens above the fast CMA. That being said, look at how clean it came to this change of character. Clean. I do have the value gap here. Let's see what's happening. I'm not gonna even recommend my payment to another put. Contracts right now at $63. 62. There might be some profit taking at 65. But let's see what it does. Right now, contracts are at 61. Might go up to this 50% of this fair value gap. Eee, it said, girl. Right now, contracts are at $50 for pushing the fast, you know. I'm getting sleepy. I'm not sure if you guys can see. Didn't turn down the lights. Beautiful rejection off of the fast DMA. Beautiful, beautiful. Contracts are 62. 62 is another 64, 65. So if you 67, there we go. 66. Mm, is another one of those levels where it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna bounce or take profit at 62. So that beautiful. So now this is where you get confirmation you're going to the downside. Wait for candle to close. Wait for the candle to close, but we're getting another internal breakout to the downside. Wait for candle to close. Ooh, we got double red bottom, red tops. Gee, would be nice to go. Got to break the structure. Wait for candle close. 54. Mm-hmm. I'm jumping the gun. Mm-hmm. And just remembering these are strong levels right here. So comes down to this one again. And now contracts for $57. 2 seconds. 1 second. Open the further 50% of the Monday close or the block level. We're still below the 5-year data. Oh, I'm sleepy. I feel like, let me see if there's anybody watching it on here, then I'll stay. But if I don't see anybody really watching, I'm gonna just put it on mute and sleep in because this is part of vacation. Like, yes, I still woke up so I can get used to getting up at 4, but oh, I feel like I'm gonna get a chance to sleep in. So, did you notice how the internal breakout, the candle closed, that indicator did not remain on the chart? So that was invalidated. Looks like it's going to invalidate this on the character as well. Mm. Days like this where I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely. Some days I'm like, oh, I would still work. I would still trade and go to work. But on days like this, I'm like, let me start making some income where I'm like, it's paying for my lifestyle. I'm not trying to go to work on a cold. And then my office be just cold for no reason, or not for no reason. I mean, still paying attention to it. I mean, it's still reacting to this change of character. Contracts are at 45. So you're having a little bit of theta decay because at some point this was like close to 50. Now the contracts are at 45. About 32 seconds. Uh, you might have felt a little bit like, oh, good thing I did hold. It's coming back down, but this is giving liquidity. Came down, now came back up. 7 seconds. see what contracts are. Oh yeah, so now you would have been down instead of getting out at 50, you'd be down at like 45, 43. Ooh, price opens above the fast CMA. Choose through the fair value gap. A liquidation is happening. I'm so sleepy. All right, I'm gonna leave the live stream. I'm gonna put this on mute and I'm gonna take a nap. Um, just not to leave you guys hanging, I would say definitely get out by 8:30. Um, Tuesday we have PMI or we have FOMC, and then Wednesday is gonna be a half day. It's only gonna be like 2, or we get out at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So from 6:30 to 10 on Wednesday. So it is gonna be a short week. In terms of today, so we've already been in the market for 1 hour. So 6:30 to 7:30, you know, I don't know how much longer institutions would want to trade past that. Oh, let's keep that in mind. It's liquidity happening there because it did open above the passing over the downside. Contracts are back at $60. What breaks before this? Ooh, there we go. This candle closes. And we have this internal breakout. And we're getting the double red on there. Then you can look for entry to the downside. See, contracts are at 65 right now. So you might see a little bit of a pullback because they love taking their profit at 65 right now. Ooh, beautiful. Beautiful. There's a fair value gap. I'm not getting in, but 68. Beautiful. And so almost at 50% of this discount level. But yeah, that looks good to me. You know, the fair value gap is also below this support level right here too. It's a little bit more like influence that you're going to the downside. I'm so sleepy. Let's just see what it does. It's kind of just holding that level. Hmm. I'm falling asleep. All right, I'm gonna um a good try for more downside right here. When this opens a bed, should it be in on in? Oh, what happened to the internal breakout zone that we had? Something done. Alright, I'm gonna take a nap, you guys. I'll be on tomorrow and Wednesday. I'm paying for the fees. Alright. Um I'm not sure if I want to keep it open. Well, yeah, I think only Wednesday we close at 10. So I don't want to end the stream. I just want to turn off mute. Y'all have a good one. Bye. All right, just finished my nap. Actually, this should be here 8:30. But yeah, this really happens from as long as I've been like keeping an eye on this strategy. But um, let's see how much the contracts are right now. Contracts are still at 59. We might try to make a one last ditch effort to the downside. There's just so much chop, which again, I mean, makes so much sense because look, we're basically at the top of a 4-hour order block. I guess the next level to look for would be like 50% of that 4-hour order block. Let's look and see on the 15-minute. Yeah, I don't see, it says liquidity, but I don't see anything. I just want to make sure. Also, for the strategy, we didn't get an indicator that we had. Was it like 223 tomorrow? Might be a 3-day. You can hold a little bit longer for that 1-to-1, but today was not a strat day. Usually the plays are like 3-2-2 or 3-2-3 or something like that. On the daily, you can see we're reacting to this technical rejection zone. Well, no, it's not even equilibrium rotation level. This is a daily. This is the one. The order block. Let me put that back. That's 50%, 50% level, which we did break through that. Still have more downside. You're gonna get like liquidated in here. FOMC tomorrow might help us break out of these levels, but if we open in here tomorrow, tempted not to touch, tempted not to touch. Let's see here. Is this an equilibrium level? It's like an old. What is that for this? Oh, that's an old equilibrium level. Fascinating. On the 1 hour, it looks like we were trying to, if you, I'm gonna try something here. If you leave, so the comes below here, we can look for more puts. Hope you saw what I did there, which is coincidentally 50% of this discount level on the 15-minute. Hopefully you're taking an idea, having an idea of what consolidation looks like. And you can see if this is like the open range breakout strategy where we broke out, retested, tried to make it attempt to the downside and just failed into this rotation level. Bounced off of that. Just getting chopped and screwed around there. Today, the name of the game was respecting levels, and I think what made me profitable too was just understanding that a take profit level is $65 because even though it didn't help me that last time, I'm a little salty. I'm probably gonna mention that forever, um, but knowing that when this happens, that we like to take profit at $65 from $50 to $65. That is what helped me get my winning strategy for today. Um, and it's something that I want to keep in my arsenal because what I was saying is, at some point I'm going to scale and I would have been able to get out here at break even for my runners. And then at that point, just be willing to call it a day. Um, wait a minute. Isn't there an 8:30? Oh, you know what? You know what? You know what? It's because I'm in a different. This needs to be for one day. I'm in a different quadrant. So we kind of took a tangent here. Sometimes I do like having all of these. Both are showing selling pressure. But this is the bounce level on the 1 hour. 15 minutes showing buying. 15 minutes was still below the fast EMA and the VWAP. You should be getting ready to exit your trade. Contracts are at 55 right now. I don't know what are the odds that it will hit 1-to-1 return by 8:30. But we will find out, won't we? I had taken the volume indicator off, but let me just put it back on. I don't even know if it counts against my, yeah, look at how low the volume. I mean, we got in somewhere around here, I think, but yeah, we got in here after a fair value gap to the downside. We got out here, the volume had dropped, and then we just never really, the volume is very, very low right now. I wish there was a way to like measure volume because, you know, let's see what the options are for volume. Volume moving average? Oh, volume, value. Wow. Let's do that. Because I want to see, like, so the volume, so right now it's telling me volume right now is at 3,000. I'm going to keep a track of that for next time because that lets me know, like, let's click on this. I don't know how much volume is here. Greater than, this is greater than 5. Oh, wow. You would think that's a lot. I just have my gummies because like I'm teetering on being hungry, but I'm sleepy and I don't really like it my smoothie. I want to know how much. Let me see. So we got in. I just know if I get a better understanding of when institutions step in, I'm gonna mark this thing in 2024, 2026, 2026. We got out here and volume dropped here. Volume right here is 5,000. What I'm trying to determine is, so, so this is 5,000. I think what I'm trying to figure out. This is when seller stepped in, right? And we rejected that right there. I want to find out what this level is right here. Because when this amount of institutions step in, I won't be one of them retailers. You know what? Let's check something because I think there's a way. Ooh, look at this. Right now, volume is at 7,000. That's what I wanted to see. But can you put that on there for me? Like, why can't you? I'm gonna put the volume B on there. Precision. I don't know what that is. Labels on price scale. Values on status line. I'm putting it on there. Hmm. Right now there's 14,000 volume. Shouldn't be trading anyways. Contracts right now. Go back into Robinhood. Or at $50. I mean, IWM does respect um, a lot of levels, and I think what I'm getting reinforced for today is um, just nice to reflect, I guess, recap for the year, but just a reminder not to release those trades because look at this. We had multiple attempts at this level, but this is the 4 hour top of the bounce zone. I can show you what that looks like. But we came here many times. We've had also like order blocks appear, but like not only does it align up with this smaller time frame order block, but it's like going right up to it. Okay, but on the 4 hour, this is the level I marked. And so that first touch is always going to be special. Oh, the second time, if it does come down here, then it will try to go to like 50% of this level. But that first touch, boy, I tell you. And what is so interesting is it's showing up here, but when we marked it earlier today, it was here, wasn't it? Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, and you know what? That's just diabolical. Because wait, what is this right here? 50% of the 1 day order block. Let's see where that comes down here. I'm sleepy and it's okay. Like, I'm gonna take another nap. Don't really take naps a lot. Even on vacation, like I haven't. So, but I'm definitely, if I'm sleeping, I'm almost have to go to sleep. So, but I'm not gonna lie, I like watching the charts. Mm. I know. There is a change factor here. So take another one for me here. I'll put the structure here. So, oh. How much is volume here? 13,000? Mm. And then the order block to the upside and a fair value gap. Oh no. Wait for a fair value gap. Hmm. Oh, did I see the volume here? No, that's just. Oh, better not be on my mm, that's weird. All right, y'all. I'm gonna log off indefinitely. We shouldn't be trading anyways. So just kind of staying on with kind of one as the force of trade anyways. Volume is low. Let's see that here. Volume remains low. So I'm gonna talk to you guys later. Tomorrow for sure. Market open. Oh, like no later than 6:15. Sometimes I'm on as early as 5:30, 5 o'clock. 5:30, 5:45, 6. No later than 6:15. All right. Talk to you guys. All right, y'all. So stuffed my face. Got up for my second nap. See that we have the double internal breakout. This I would consider, I would say A setup. For it to be A plus, I'd like to see a fair value gap. The contracts right now are at $73. um, I don't remember what price was when we hit here. The VWAP, if for people who would have wanted to hold up to VWAP, but we rejected VWAP. Slow grind down. The next session is at 10:30. I'm just usually checked out by that. By then, wouldn't recommend getting in sooner than that. But I am curious to see if it hits at the 1-to-1 return and what that level looks like. We do have something here. My Bruno is living his whole best entire life. Yeah. So this is support level right here. Looks like pivot gang. We're gonna set and forget it. And as long as, for people that came in under this support level right here, price opening below the support level, they're not exiting until like right here. Looking to exit until here. So that's fascinating. Stronger than what I tried to get in last week, um, where we bounced off of that support level. There was a fair value gap here, so it's like now you have the internal breakout gang, and you have the internal breakout players, and then you have the pivot players, both in effect. Um, and then you have people who just jump in at VWAP, would also be like the third set of players that are kind of like helping us stay below this level here. Um, and it just might be like a slow grind down because next level we would look for is 50% of this 4-hour order block. But I'm guessing it's going to be right here. Let's look at it. So this is the 4-hour. Oh, it's not even an order block. It's just like a part of a bullish liquidity zone. Mm, yeah. And we're the last days in December, so we have a previous month high here. This was November's high. Just continue to bounce off of this level right here. Ooh. All right. Cotton makes me sneeze. I better not be catching a cold. So, it's just one of those things where look at this, and then man, this is if I saw this correctly, price opened above the fast DMA. We're like right on it. So next candle close, you know, but it looks like they had opened right above the fast TMA here. Opened right on it. And you're gonna have another break of like, I wouldn't say structure, but like there's a bullish zone right here. So if it breaks below this, contracts are at 67 still. Mm-mm-mm. This was previous month high right here, right? No, that's support. Previous month high is right over here. So this is support level 2. And this is previous month high here. Mm-hmm. Just delete these or noise. I kind of like seeing these. I'm not gonna lie, but could be just noise at this point. I am sleepy again. I had my protein smoothie and my protein bagel, and my coworker gave me like a little jar of jelly from France. So I ate my protein bagel with that, and I feel like taking another nap. Again, this is so out of the MO. Not only not just one nap, but two, going on three. I'm here for it because, like I said, even when I've been on break so far, I still wake up, go for my walk, get my exercise, keep a pretty routine, keep a pretty consistent routine. How much your contracts right now? Contracts are 57, so I mean, I will say the theta is holding up pretty good. I don't know if you would consider that to be good. Right now they're at 60, considering they were 50 over here. Um, the delta in this is 69, which when I first took the picture of it, let's look and see what was the delta at. Oh, delta was 45. Now it's 67. Fascinating. And let's see something here. Volume is still about the same. Open interest. So it has a much higher delta than it did earlier. Ooh. So I got out here. And the people who were waiting for support would have gotten in like somewhere around here. For it to, so this would have been price open below here, retest. This could have been an entry too, but interesting. Oh, I think but no, not only can you see that the volume is low down here, but you can see like the candles are so small, so there's not really. It's just giving you $10 in either direction. If there's another break of structure here, oh, I was right. Break of structure. Yeah, I'm learning my stuff. Um, if this breaks, then you can have the downside that you're looking for. But not as long as it's above here. Contracts here at $63. Looks like we're forming a double bottom. We have a bottom wick here. Upward buying. We have a wick here. Looks like we're wicking up here as well. What is he talking about? Take profit. See profit, take profit. Right? Threw away a perfectly good banana. Ah. Uh-uh. Oh, that's cute. What? No. It's so easy for me to be like, that's why I tell you guys not to trade after 10, 8:30, whatever. Whoop, whoop, whoop. But the whole, I mean, got kind of wicked in here. But having this and this play out, I would have thought to jump in. And like I said, it had this order block, and we're below this and this. But um, y'all hear my little Bruno? He was so good last night. He let us sleep, y'all. Mm. No. Uh-uh. Mm. What was I gonna say? Let me just check how much the contract is worth. Um, oh no, it's at 44 right now. So that would have definitely been below my like break even. Cause I think I'm in force of trade mode, where it's like, well, we got the confirmation to go to the move side, downside way over here. What if I had held, you know, geez, God, for like this was if we would have held through this, you know, basically draw down your account from like 7. It is now almost 10. So 3 hours, you guys. I don't think it's worth the mental capital to be on. And now, mind you, when I used to trade after 8:30 when I'd be at work, and I would see something like this, I'd be like, oh, see, it's a good thing that I'm watching this while I'm at work because now I'm going to really make profit while I'm at work. Nobody else would have caught this. Maybe all those people in those trading groups, that are still trading, these are the moves that they're catching. No, at least not for IWM. Like, this is just another reminder again. Like, when I say check my credentials, you could hear me kind of like rationalizing it, but you did not hear me say I'm jumping in the trade. That's one thing you did not. I was just like, that's cute. I was like, that's cute. That's real cute. But no, I'm not taking it. And plus, I'm already up for the day, so it just does not really pay to be. And then the thing that I like about what I'm doing is I like watching how the contract moves because it is really tempting to come back and do quote unquote back testing, later in the day, and then really feel like you missed the move because like, oh, okay, maybe this would have come out, I would have gotten in here and I would have gotten a good return here and that type of thing. But the contracts really only moved like 10 cents because there was like came down, jumped back up, barely any movement, came down, you know. This was only like maybe like a $10 move in terms of like a contract that went from 50 to $60. So it's just not worth the mental like fatigue that you go through. Like, oh, now I'm all the way up. Am I going to recover? No. Oh, you know what? I'm going to hold a little bit longer to be below VWAP. Oh, there it goes. It's finally going to. No. Okay, now we got this. We got this. No. Not worth it. It's not worth the toll. All right, there's something I want to do, so I'm gonna go do that before I decide if I want to take another nap. Plus, I'm trying to decide if I want to order lunch or just stick with what I have in the house. So we'll see. All right, worst case scenario, I will see you guys tomorrow morning, FOMC at 11, which will be done trading by 11. We've done the trading by 8:30, no later at 8:30. Will not be trading FOMC. Now, this is interesting. One of the things about FOMC, we'll be interested to see what we do with this monthly high. I feel like that's going to be a key level that plays out during FOMC. If we're going to decide if we're going to stay above last month's high, or we're going to go below that. So I feel like that monthly level is going to be a critical point of interest. I think I'm gonna take another nap. This will be like my third nap. I'm gonna talk to you guys mañana. Bye.